Day 5. Hmm. That's actually part of that. How do I feel about that? I didn't think about that. Okay. Underhive, welcome in. These guys were just pushed down, right? You have been summoned. Welcome in. Why is this not coming out? They were just pushed in, right? Yeah. Okay. There we go. That's better. I was like, I didn't glue them in. I wanted to be able to pop them out to paint them. But it's because there's a good gap that it goes down into. I just didn't have the right angle. Alright. I was thinking about how I wanted to color this, but then I realized, as I was looking at it just now, that the part that I was thinking about doing orange actually goes all the way around. This part is actually the smaller part of it. Interesting. I'm gonna need to pull that picture up. I guess I do the opposite colors. Yeah. Okay. Fun. Okay. Yes, I know I haven't been finishing models. I'm just adding more colors on more areas. It's how I'm doing it. I mean, until they're done, they're not done, so whatever. Hey, resin. I also figured since I'm painting over black, it's probably going to take 3 coats, maybe 4. Might as well get the first couple down, right? No idea. That's helpful, right? Oh yeah, I'm not being careful at all on this layer. It's actually kind of too watery. Oh. Yep. Hope everyone's having a good day. It was an interesting start later today. I think one stream is better than two, but I'm also going to start earlier tomorrow. I'm going to do the noon start. I have something in the afternoon to do, so probably go for 4 or 5 hours tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern. So, 5 p.m. for you, Underhive. Yep. I am definitely being messy with this. What's that? I don't like when they give designs that wrap around and then become the other part of it. Like, can't they just let it be one particular block on the model? Whatever. Arbitrary endpoint. Go just to here. Actually, let's do this whole internal area. Ah! Family is moving things around upstairs. So how's it going, Underhive and Resin? How, how have you been? Long time no see. You know, it's only been less than a day. Full day, right? Okay. Because that goes that way. Do this area. Painting Draughts Prime Door Track. That's cool. Ooh. I was outside for a while. It's not as bad as it is in England, but uh, still, it is summer. Summer heat, you know? Oh, that's good. Just put my finger right in it and got it all over the place. Good thing I'm gonna paint that later. Good thing it happened on the first coat and not the third. I don't think those bangs are coming through, but they're definitely distracting me. So at some point I'll start trying to finish some projects, but until then I'm just having fun putting some colors down. Getting the base coats on stuff like orange seems like a good way to start the stream. It's not too detail oriented. Get kind of in the paint feel. Get a little jumpy from all the things going on upstairs. Yeah, good. Good. Yo! How's it going, Ollie? Look at how thin I did the orange. I'll have to do a couple of coats. That's fine. How's the marine count going? I don't know why I just did that orange. Newbie! Yeah. Elvix, welcome in. How are you today? Dirt Depot, how's it going? It's going well. Day 5 of streaming daily. 29 hours in. Just getting the first of 3 to 4 base coats of orange down because painting over black. So, just getting the first couple of layers down so I can eventually get a better detail in without having it be extremely muted. Yeah, going pretty well so far today. Like, it's weird painting half a body, but makes it easier than painting it in the model. So, yeah, just trying to go add some colors, and probably not going to finish anything today, but Every little bit adds to the overall process, right? Progress is good, yes. I have 5 models on the table right now that I figured I'd work on at some point, maybe today. Get them as far as I can. Work on whichever ones in whatever order I feel like. So I have Landspeeder, I have the 3 Eradicators, and I still have Big Red on the desk, just in case I feel like working on some orc stuff today. But I know that this is going to take at least 3 coats of orange, so I figured that wouldn't be a bad thing to work on first. Just get some orange on models. Yeah. Back off. Side. I also need to figure out exactly how much orange I want on this. I like the idea of a little bit underrepresented. I think I might do this area inside. And I could do the wings, not the outer part, but the inner part. I'm not doing it all orange. I think I am going to do this part of the wing. Now, I want this to stand out on the army. So having it be more dark than bright will have that effect. So, like, that's getting to a point where it's almost right. There still needs to be some extra. Pretty sure I glued the wings in. Pretty sure I did. Yep, I did. Yay. So that'll be fun. Trying to get into the smaller details with the missiles and everything. Yep. AWOL! Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the plane? You were working on that plane, right? Good, good. Yeah, you take it easy. I'll catch you later. Built the little one, put oil on the big one? Cool. Yeah, do whatever you need to do. I'm gonna be streaming for the next 5 hours or so, so... and I'm working on, for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm the Blissful Badger, and I am streaming daily until I finish painting all of Armageddon. So, I have some models done, the little Gretchen, I have several in progress, and I'm just working on whatever. Hello, fellow model crafter. Welcome in, Kentuck. How goes it? Yep, and of course I glued this part in, so it's making it harder to paint. I'll remember that if I ever get a second one of these. Oh, nice. Don't do quite as many model kits as game pieces, but I have been, I have done a few planes. They have a different skill set. And it's interesting sometimes to do something different. Oh yeah. No, I mean like the actual assembly is they're about as different to Gunpla as this is to those. It's they're all different sorts of models, and it's really fun to see how each of them interact and how the communities find different information and how to paint them and what techniques work well. Really fun to see that. Like some of the weathering techniques, totally different than what you see on game pieces. but there is a little bit more overlap lately. So it's pretty cool to see that cross-pollination of techniques. Oh yeah, I once built a World War II tank and painted it purple. Not Firehawks. This is actually Covenant of Fire. I just decided to do a little bit less orange on the actual vehicle. The test model that I'm working on is this. This is roughly what I'm going to go for. Hello, welcome in. Let's see. That better? No. There we go. Yeah. So, Covenant of Fire. I haven't done any of the highlighting or anything. This was just a test model to figure out where the balance of colors was going to be. Like, I don't have any decals or highlights or washes on this. And I figured out I wanted a darker leather color. Thanks. I've done darker Space Marine factions before, and I wanted to do something that was more vibrant. So it does take several coats of orange over the black to actually build up an intensity, but I didn't actually prime all of the models in black. They're tan, but this is a little bit darker. '11th edition box, yes. I have the whole Armageddon built and primed, and I'm working through it one day at a time and streaming every day. So I'm expecting it to take about a month. But I'm going to get it all done. This launch box is not going to be sitting in the pile of shame. That whole wall is unpainted. Some are unbuilt, some are built but not painted. This launch box is not going in that pile. So it took about 16 hours to build, and 2 of those hours was the Big Mech Docker rig. So the rest of it went together pretty well, but that one model just took a long time. It's pretty big too. And yeah, I'm not being too careful with the orange. I'm going to be going over all of the darker areas with Payne's Gray, so I can clean that up easier once I've gotten a couple of layers of orange down. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of cool models here. I'm looking forward to having even more. How's it going, Flagon? Did I just... OBS just decided to go bleh for some reason. Am I back? Are we good? Okay. OBS said it disconnected. So, okay. Armature and larger sized models? Yeah, that can take a bit. Bubble wrap and large boxes? Um, yeah, I would suggest bubble wrap. Let's see. Oh, and yeah, I was gonna say, the new orcs. I've been painting the Big Mech Docker rig. And it's a really nice model. Has a lot of cool details. And I can drop it on the table, you know. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I still have several hours left to go. But I like how it is. It just takes forever to build. Thanks. But yeah, this is 6 hours in. And I left it in 3 pieces to paint easier. But I still have some details that I need to hit on, like, the engine. And the upper portion needs a little bit of work. He only has one base coat of skin so far. No highlights. But overall, I tried makeup sponges for the first time, and I used a dozen different reds. So all the different reds were makeup sponge applied over the whole thing. So there's all sorts of reds on here. And it was fun. So but I worked on that 3 hours last night, and I decided to just start working on some of the orange, because some of this is going to take several coats, and I don't want to speed through them too fast. I want to give them time to dry. So it might take more coats. I mean, it's over black, so yeah, the reds look really cool, and I decided to call him Big Red, because it's a big mech Docker rig, and it's red. So it works. Yeah. See. Each of these coats is still leaving some residue of the previous one, so still more coats to go down. I know eventually that this multiple coat is going to start looking good. Yep. And another thing is I'm not doing any airbrush work on any of this, or else I would have probably not taken quite as long to do this. The intent is to have every step except for the priming. Except for the priming that I did with rattle cans. Everything is going to be at the desk here. So I don't have my airbrush set up for in this room. And thus, everything is going to be paintbrushes. But yeah, painting orange over black takes a couple of coats, so... I only primed 3 things in black. Everything else got red, followed by a khaki zenithal. But I knew I wanted this and 2 of the Space Marine characters to be darker. And so I didn't go with that. Oh, the dark color is actually Payne's Gray. So this is the test model that I did before anything else. Yeah, because the white would end up taking multiple coats before I got to that. But this was the test model. Without any highlights or anything, and I'm going to do an oil wash over it. But it's just a matter of building up the oranges. And like I was saying, I knew this was going to be mostly dark, and that's why I did a black prime. On all the other guys, I did a zenithal khaki, so it's not as hard to put down. This only has 2 coats of orange on it so far. Oh yeah, Boneless? I know, it's wild to think about how long armies take. Yes, an army can be really done. Once I get the last few models done of my Grey Knight's army, it's done. Not adding anything else to it. No, that's why I'm not going to add anything else to it. I started the army before they changed the rule set of how they play, and I'm too stubborn to stop painting them when I only have a few more models to go. So I'm going to finish it, and I might never play it, but it's going to be done. Eventually. I think I have 14 models left to paint for the army. Yeah, once that's done, that army is done. I'm not adding anything else to it. Now, my Tyranid army, I've got 14,000 points of that, and about half of it is painted. And when I get those done, there's still more to buy. So, some armies will never finish. Never be done. But some will. I don't think I have 12,000 points of orcs yet, but I have a feeling that the collection will eventually get to that point. And my Space Marine armies will never hit that much because I change the color scheme too often. This is actually the 4th Space Marine army in the collection. Yeah. Because I have them sitting here. So, during 6th and 7th edition, I started a Dark Angels force, and it continued to grow slowly over 8th edition and 9th edition. And then towards the end of 9th edition, I decided to start a Blood Angels force, which you can see I used a very dark red for the base color. And then about a year ago, I was wanting to do a kill team, so I did a kill team of obsidian otters. I actually painted half of this at a... I hiked out to a park and painted it next to the water. So this was painted outside with a limited palette and everything. But this is just a kill team. And then I started my first Legion of the Damned Salamanders force. I still have to do all the freehand on the rest of the army. All the flame work is freehand. And since this is supposed to run as a Salamander's force, and Covenant of Fire is a successor chapter to the Salamanders, these guys are probably going to be running on the table together at some point when I get them all done. So. But it's also fun to see my really old paint jobs all the way up to the current ones, and how the level of detail and everything gets changed. Like, this looks nothing like that. Like, the level of detail there is a little bit different. So... So it's just a matter of putting more effort in and learning, and that's why my Space Marines will probably never finish, because like I try to keep like my Assault Intercessors are all Blood Angels. I do not have Assault Intercessors outside of that. But I do have Intercessors in, well, 3 of the 4 color schemes. Actually, I might have them in all of them. I'd have to check, but they're also a basic unit. I only have Terminators in 2 of the factions. The Dark Angels and the Covenant of Fire will have some Terminators. But I have all of my Infernus Marines are Legion of the Damned. And I don't think I'll add any to the Covenant of Fire. Maybe I will. Depends on if I find some extra Infernus in the next however long I'm painting this scheme. So. Yeah. It's just fun to have different things to paint. I have way too many armies. I can paint any different color scheme I want on one of those models. You ran out of unpainted models, but you also paint a lot of other people's models, so it's not like you need to keep all of yours in stock. Okay. thinking one more coat of orange, and then we'll move on to a different project. You're also unbooked for the first time in over a year? How did that happen? No one's saying, hey, paint Armageddon for me? It's fine. I mean, I'm as shocked as the caps suggest. Like, how did that happen? Oh. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. I have no idea. What's fun is I actually have highlight colors I'm planning on doing. I just need to get a nice solid base coat first. Okay. Alright. Am I gonna do any of this? No, the weapons are not orange. Okay. Oh, and I got carried away when I was building, and I actually magnetized the weapons on here. I know it wasn't necessary, but I did. Okay. Let's get some metals done. Work on some metal. Okay. Still sourcing the models? Yeah. That makes sense. Does he have some of them? Ooh, I actually still have some of that paint on here. Maybe I'll do that first. Wet pellet's still a little wet, so might as well. Maybe? That doesn't look like the right color. I'm not gonna do that. Nope. First coat of skin on 6 grots. Nice. Yep, I'm not gonna use that. I don't trust it. That mixed weird. I'd rather not mess with the, Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. That's fine. Alright. If the knee pads are magnesium, I have that. Okay. Yeah. It is fun to see how everyone's doing them differently. Alright. If I have a magnesium for the knee, and then dark silver and silver, this should be dark silver. Yes? Or I could do these magnesium. That might actually look pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Those are gonna be magnesium. Yep. It has... I mean, if I'm only doing the knee pad on the models, then on a tank, on a vehicle, if I just do down here, that'll add that color without, like, drawing all over the place. So, yeah. Yeah. Cut off. No, boneless. You should be able to take 1 large knight or 3 small. And yes, I do have different water cups and brushes I use for metal. But not a different wet palette. Yeah. Because they have a fairly good rule set, and they aren't too expensive. Cal? Okay. I was wondering how to pronounce your name. So, hello, Cal. No. No, Alec, I am painting in the Badger Bunker. This is 15 years of hobby collecting. It's part of my basement. Tank shop, I totally understand. Oh, yeah, I can show off Big Red. He's not done yet, but... So, Big Red is coming along quite nicely. I'm already 6 hours into this. Oh yeah, Cal. I've been in it since 2011, so it's quite the collection. But yeah, I still have a good amount on this part to do, but other than the rockets, there's not much left on this part to be done. But yeah, 6 hours of that already. Yeah, that they are definitely an amazing kit that takes way too long to build. That thing took 2 hours to build. Howdy. I've never actually built a Slanesh chariot, but having seen them, they they probably are harder. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 9 in one day? Ooh. No, I could use a bigger brush, but no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is gonna take me Probably 120 hours is the expected time of completing Armageddon. We'll actually see how close I get to that. Uh, Scaventide took me 113 hours. So, but at the same time, being, you know, 30 hours in, do I feel like I'm a quarter of the way done with this box? I don't know. I honestly don't know if I'm a quarter of the way through. Hmm. Yeah, overall, so far, I've enjoyed painting all of the models. Um, Grots took 5 hours to paint, which I felt was a little bit long, but I was also testing out color schemes, and they are quite detailed. What up, Spoon? How's it going? I'm trying to paint up some of the smaller parts of the Land Raider, or Land Raider, yeah, and Speeder right now. I figured it would take several coats to get the orange down, so start on that. And then I decided to do some magnesium on the repulsor areas. Nice. Yeah, I figured a 5-hour stream today would be a good amount of work done on it. I'm not trying to finish any particular model today. Just 5 hours of progress. I know it's a little weird sometimes to see someone jumping between project to project, but same time, with 61 models and daily streams until I'm done, it makes sense to just do whatever feels right. um, will look good. Okay. Cool. Just testing a color. Right. How's it going today? Yeah, adding this here feels right with it being the knee color, knee pad color. Flash of magnesium down low on the model. I'm looking at all the different models that I have to paint, and I'm trying to figure out the best order to get them all done. There's quite a few here, so yep. I'm jumping around on models, not actively trying to finish any particular one right now. Uh, they all have to get done anyway, so there's not really much in the way of reason to not jump around right now. Yeah. Sounds like a fun little paint project. But yeah, to an extent, I'm doing this because it's one of the largest models in the pile. And getting a little bit of extra work done on that is going to help in the long run. Like Big Red has 6 hours into him already. And probably another 2 to 4 hours to go, depending on how detailed I want to go with certain aspects. But I've also put 6 hours into him already, so taking a little bit of a break from him feels good. And I will be doing an oil wash and decals on the Space Marines. And both of those feel like they're going to be projects for all of them. Do all of them at once instead of like a little bit here, a little bit there. So Space Marines aren't going to actually be completed until a lot longer into the process. So getting more of them to that point is probably a good thing. I have very little experience with oils or decals, so that's going to be fun. I always try to find something new as a challenge when I choose a new army, and that's why oils and decals are in this one, and also why I'm trying to paint orange, because it's not something you usually see. Yeah, I wanted something that would stand out on the tabletop, and from what I've painted so far, it's doing that. Hopefully the oil wash doesn't knock it down too much. I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful with that. Leviathan box was really fun. I still have the Space Marines to paint, but I did paint a full Leviathan worth of Tyranids. It took me nearly 3 years, but I did it. But no, one of the big things for me is I've only successfully finished painting 2 launch boxes ever. One was the Dark Vengeance box set that I finished after a decade of owning it, and Scaventide, which I did as my other box to battle ready 2 years ago. So I'm looking forward to adding a third one to it, and eventually getting the Space Marines done in Leviathan, so I have 4 that I've done. Yeah. I mean, launch boxes are one of those things where if you don't actively try to do them all, they just get pushed off and back and never get done. And something that never gets done just goes in the pile. And the pile can be a good thing, because there's plenty of opportunity there. But it also can weigh on you sometimes. As you can see, it doesn't bother me. At least not that much. Okay. It bothers me that the launch boxes don't get done very often. It doesn't bother me that I have thousands of models still to paint. Yep. Oh, I totally understand that. Out of my pile, everything that's on my left, over here, out of that collection, about half of my unpainted minis are built and primed. I get things built all the time, but I don't always get them painted. Part of that, I think, comes down to building doesn't take as long. And you can technically play with the model once it's built. Yeah, Spoon. It's okay. You can catch back up. You can buy more models and more and more and more. You can do that. That's perfectly fine. Like, how many clan rats have you done? Not putting you in a spot. I'm just... 20 of the 40? Okay. See, part of the thing for me is I like so many different games that I have several different horses ready to go to get painted. Like, I just bought into Drop Fleet Commander 2 months ago, and I still have plenty of that to paint. Sectrix. The trick is to find someone who wants to sell things that they've gotten too many of, so you get more. So I found the Tyranid half of a Leviathan box not too long ago at a swap meet, and I ended up picking it up. So nice finding things at discount because someone else doesn't want it. Sell some of the NIDs. Whew. Yeah, that's a term around these parts. Probably for both, but it's fun seeing the different words used for different things, right? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Please no. Talk about subverting expectations, huh? Alright, magnesium knee. Because I had enough on the palette. Let's see. What to do next? I could do another coat of orange. I could do some of the metals on the weapons. What's up, Zactrix? No, I mean, here's the thing. I did prime all of the other models with a khaki zenithal, and the orange is going down a lot easier. But I knew that I wanted the land speeder to be darker, and that's the only reason why this one got primed black. Only 3 models in the collection in the box got primed black. Fair enough. I should also probably, finish painting the other colors before I do this trim work, but here I am. I'm doing this. Don't actually know why. I've found that when I start working with metallics, I kind of just keep going with metallics, and that's not always the way I should do the order. But this one? I start with let's see. Because I haven't gotten around to changing the colors out, I start with a layer of Corn Red, and then I do Mephiston Red, and then I do Wild Rider Red, and then I do Troll Slayer Orange, and Flash Gets Yellow. And I just do smaller and smaller parts. And you can see these are kind of old paints, so I might need to get new ones at some point before I finish that army. But these are the 5 colors. For that one, at least. And I just do thin layers until I get up to the yellow. So I've found that the Eldar is more fun. The Dark Eldar can be fun, but the models are older and a little bit more uh, finicky in getting into some of the details. I've painted 1,000 points plus of Eldar, and I've painted 1 unit of Dark Eldar so far. So. And with all the different aspect warriors, you have the freedom to paint a whole bunch of different colors. Yeah. So, again, it depends on which one you like the best aesthetically, but out of the two, I think Eldar is more fun to paint. So. Paint is thinning way too much on the wet palette. Alright. Again, I don't know why I'm doing this before I get all of the other colors down, but... you know, sometimes you do things out of order. Worst case is, after I get everything done, I come back in and touch things up. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Cal. I know it was, raid, but thanks for hanging out. Catch you around. Do that. Sure. Let's swap back over to a smaller brush. Back to the orange. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm noticing something that luckily I've found early enough. When I put down that silver, I splattered some silver all over the place. It's on the base and a couple of spots up here. One right on here, the orange. I just covered. So I'm gonna need to be more careful going forward. Yep. Well, you know, I figured it out early enough on that it's not gonna mess with anything long term. I don't know if the container just splattered or if the painting I was doing did, but we'll definitely make sure not to have that happen again. It's fine if it happens until I'm getting to the end point, you know? When I'm still putting down the base coats, it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Not great that it's doing it, but I can at least catch the issue and fix it going forward. But yeah, using small paintbrushes on a vehicle. Yay! The real question is, am I going to choose to do anything else orange on this? Or is this it for orange? Because I didn't even think about that when I went to working on this and then everything else. Yeah, I actually had decided that I wanted to do another area orange, and I didn't even start on that yet. Remembered. Hey. About that. Alright. Yeah. Raving some crabs. Crab rave. Ooh. Yeah, that little bit of extra orange. That what? That matters, right? Mustache. How's it going? Yeah. I mean, this is my normal start time. You know. You just missed the early content. How goes? Ah, yeah, that would do it. Trying to figure out where, if any, more orange should be. Because I don't want to overdo the orange. The pilots are orange. So, kind of like that level. Not really sure if I want more. They've been tangoed? Yeah. And then I went with the magnesium on the lower areas because it matches their knee type of thing. But I'm not really sure if I want to do more orange or not. It's hard when like certain panels are the same color. You know? Like I could do the little instep. That might actually be fun. Paint the little areas where they would stand. Get in. I might do that. Yeah? Or maybe I'll just do the step. Just do the step. Such a small detail. Okay. Um, okay. Uh, no, no, not gonna paint most of it orange. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is a that is absolutely what? Okay. Yeah, I didn't want it to be too orange. That's the thing. There's a balance that needs to be had here. Yeah, that is a wild uh headline. A lot to unpack there. Okay. Okay. Still gonna need at least one more coat of orange on this. But I should probably let all the coats dry fully before I do that. So, hit the second coat areas. But I should probably stop working on this at some point soon. Warboss, Grotsand, Weird Boy all got first skin color? Ooh. Nice. I'm making a mess on this part that's going to be a different color, but the orange is getting done. Yeah, I should let this sit. I don't want to overwork the paint. Alright, that goes over there. Yep. Okay. Over that way. Okay. Just for the skin tone. Yeah. Yeah, I knew you were saying minutes a mini. I know you didn't say it, but I knew that was what you were meaning. Because otherwise you're dividing and getting one of something. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes wording is hard. I understand. Eventually, I'm going to have to figure out where I'm going to highlight these instead of just putting the same orange down multiple times. Woohoo. There's a meme with the wrinkles and smooth. I'm not gonna find it, but it's around there somewhere. Yeah, that's a good amount of progress for a day. And you're also pretty much saying don't ask about the Tyranids. With the way that you worded that. Hey, Tyranid Tuesday helped me get through some backlog at least. Yep. I know, but it was to help motivate, not to actually have you working on it at the same time. Oh. Alright, let's go. Yeah, you bought more stuff. Yep. I can't say anything. I buy stuff all the time. Alright, now clicking on the random thing. Alright, 2 more to touch up the orange. Yeah. I'm gonna touch up the orange on these 2. And then... I don't know what the next step will be. Oh, this is still warm. Yeah. Finishing projects can be a challenge sometimes. I mean, I currently have 5 models right here. This is burning ore. And I have the next 3 steps, brighter, for highlights once I get a good solid coat down. Yep. I actually purchased these from my local game shop just for this project. I was like, what was it? A month ago, we were going through the different Space Marine chapters, trying to pick out which one I was going to paint, and orange won out. The Covenant of Fire, with a slight modification. And so I went and got paints I needed. Pretty good. And I didn't go Howling Griffins. Nope. No, the idea that Covenant of Fire is a salamander successor chapter, and I already have salamander army stuff, it made sense. Just go with this, and it's a full Primaris successor, so all of the new models that I'm adding make sense. I might do that. It makes sense. I mean, how many trophies are there across the, what, 38 orcs? Yeah, I mean, I could. Nothing wrong with that. I have to paint them one way or another, so it doesn't hurt to just paint them this way. Yeah. Expensive basing bits, but I could see it. I could see it. First half of this stream went by pretty quick. Like, I got a lot done, but we're halfway done. That's nice, I guess. Oh. You know, only another 2.5 hours tonight. This one. I need to get this done before Monday. Oh, with this model? It's still got a ways to go. And it's not like I'm currently painting it. Finding the time around the streams for Armageddon to paint another mini is quite tricky. Like, I'm painting Armageddon for 5 hours today. Do I expect to get any other painting done? Probably not. I plan on streaming Armageddon 5 hours tomorrow. Do I expect to get any painting outside of that done? No. It makes it a little bit harder to get things done that way. Did I technically have 19 other days that I could have painted that this month and not had it interfere with Armageddon? Yes. I could have. Yep. Did I? To an extent. Didn't finish it. Did I get distracted and paint 17 other minis instead of that one? Yes. But it doesn't get that one done. Ooh. Custom paint job, huh? Pretty cool. Ooh, gloss dark blue, a touch of gloss white, and a little bit of silver metallic. That's gonna look good. Hey, Soul, how's it going? Just working on some orange cleanup. Third coat of orange on these guys. Mostly a cleanup level layer. I was working on the land speeder for a while earlier and went, I probably put enough coats of orange down. I should let it rest for a while. So I went back to these guys. Cheeto Marines. I mean, they are bright orange. Yep. They've got a decent amount done to them so far. They're nearly ready for the next details to get painted. Just a little bit more cleanup from when I went overboard with the Payne's Gray. Ugh. There's a spot I missed. All right. So, earlier, I was putting down some orange on the land speeder. Still has probably another coat or two because it's over black, but it's working fairly well. I got messy, but I've got the recesses down there done. Might need another coat. I did the stair just to break up a little bit of the side color. And the bottom has a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to do anything in the back. Suppose I could do the lights. But yeah. Might need to do some more magnesium or something down there, but I chose the magnesium for these panels because it's similar to their knees. Wherever they go. This way. That'll be a little bit of detail on that side. I still haven't done any of the actual color on this. Just wanted to start with the orange. And then guys that go inside of that. So there should be plenty of orange on here. I think let's do some leather. I'm gonna just use leather brown. So. Yes. Yes. Starting 5 your time, noon my time. Going for about 5 hours. Earlier in the day doesn't always work for me, but tomorrow later in the day doesn't work for me. So sometimes you just gotta make those different times work, right? Alright. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna go for 5 hours-ish, so you'll have plenty of time to say hi. Is this still too bright? Like, that's not too far off of that color. Maybe I go a step darker. What if I start with the brigandine brown? I've never used this color. I can use the brigandine brown, and then I can use the leather brown as a highlight color. Bring it back up a little bit. That might work. That is a color jump, isn't it?
Жила-была коза с козлятами. Ходила коза в лес есть траву шелковую и пить воду студеную. Как только уйдет коза за дверь, козлятки запрутся в избушке и никуда не выходят. Постучится коза в дверь и поет им песенку. Какая песенка? Котятушки, ребятушки, отопритесь, отпрягитесь. Ваша мать пришла. Котятушки, ребятушки. Отопритесь, отворитесь. Ваша мама пришла. Что принесла? Молока принесла.
Yeah, this is feeling better. I didn't like the brighter color. Of leather. Didn't feel right. This feels a little dark, but I can work with highlighting from dark. A little bit harder to do something if it's already too bright. Yeah, this gets a nice start to it, and if I highlight with that brown over that, that should help.
Однажды волк все это подслушал. Пошел он к кузнецу
Huh,
и начал
that's a
петь
fun one.
голосом.
Somehow, in 3 coats, I missed a spot of orange. I think that was... I hit it once, but not all 3 times. Yeah. So I think that will work fine as a highlight color, doing like little scratches and stuff. But I think this, as the base brown, I think definitely helps. You need more blue tack. Okay. I might remember. I don't know. I guess we won't remember that we were supposed to remember it. Yeah, I agree. Aging in time and forgetfulness. Yep. Ugh. What's funny is if I don't remind you in my next stream, but I do remind you in the stream after that, I am reminding you tomorrow. I am going to use this leather brown as the base for the parchment. Purity seals. Still don't know what color I'm going to do the purity seals. The actual seal. Do I own any Inceptors? Yes. I don't remember. Purple or blue? I mean, I could. Purple or blue would both work on this. That could also have plasma, right? They're either plasma or bolt, I think. I'd have to pull up a picture. Yeah, I have some. I don't remember how they were to build. It's been a long time. Actually, I don't even... I might have gotten most of those second-hand already built. I don't know. Been a while. I mean, flying bases in general are like that, so not surprised. Second. Nice. Nice variety of green. Ah. 32 hours in now. Yeah, Underhive. I like the different shades of green you have on there. Keep going. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. All right. Leather. Once I get the leather done on this guy, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be back. Paint for another 2 hours. Feels right about now is about the right time to take that break. I'm starting to lean inwards a little bit more, and also out of water in the kettle. Even though I have half a cup left, I'd rather make sure I have enough to get through the rest of the night. No. I'm just saying we need to get more water for more tea. Hmm. Ooh. Idea. Yeah. Okay. One. More tea. More tea. Yes. Desaturated violet. What do you think of mulled berry for purity seals? I could even use moldy wine as a highlight color, but I think mulled berry might actually look really good. We'll try that. Okay. All right. Have a good one, Soul. I will see everyone else shortly. Magenta, purple. I mean, yeah, I mean, I have other colors, but like I do have laser magenta, but I think the mulled berry might actually look better on the orange. This might be a little bit too aggressive. All right. I will be right back. Yes, muled berry. Yes. I I mean, burritos taste good, so could you have a I suppose you could do a sweet, berry flavored dessert burrito. I don't know. That actually sounds pretty good. Wonder how you could make it. I mean, I guess they have fruit pies that are similar to like an empanada. I mean, we're getting close, right? Yeah, why not? Whistleberry? Yeah, painting one half of this wouldn't take that... It wouldn't be that bad. Having both sides to go back and forth, I get a lot of variety. Of course, it's going to take twice as long. That's okay. Twice as much time to work on stuff. Didn't figure out what color I wanted this panel. I'll have to do that at some point. I could just do the regular metallic. Thrice as long, yeah. That's fair. Let's see what this melt berry looks like. Because purity seals when I haven't done any highlighting or half of the metals or rim. Let's do it anyway, right? Yeah. Because the order in which I paint things really matters, right? Mixing. You know, I think I've actually seen wax seals in this color before. No, no, no. I mean, like, in person. I think I've seen actual wax seal with this color. No, not a whole lot of people are, use wax seals these days, but I think I've seen this. Yeah. Because, yeah, it needs to be... I think it does need to have an edge highlight or whatever later on, but that does look good. The parchment's going to get brighter as well, but yeah, that's actually a nice color. Yeah. I love how I'm just painting whatever I choose and not in any specific order to make the project actually go smoother. Like, let's do the purity seal. Third of the way through the model. Yep. Purest of donkeys. Yep. So was DACA and how many bikers and tracks? What could you have? Or can you get done? before October. Or I don't know what's the question? Yes. Let's see. So, hey, Twitchster. I would say you should have as many tracks as allowable and at least 12 bikers. Okay. Back. Feel better. All right. Yep, buy 9 more bikers. Yeah, that's my suggestion. Let's see. What should I do next? What step next? I suppose I could do a little bit of this. Oh yeah, definitely get better in time. Yep. I mean, I was showing off my different Space Marines that I've painted over the years. And let's see, I need that. So I chose to start my Dark Angels back in 6th and 7th and 8th edition. So that's what they look like about that time. And then mid to late 9th, I decided to do some Blood Angels. And then this is the Legion of the Damned I'm working on. So, in 15 years, I've definitely gone from basic paint schemes to much more detailed stuff. So, and I've seen a lot of people go a lot faster in that progression. It just takes time and patience and practice. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's freehand, yeah. It's the only one that has actually been completed. But the other 100 or so models in the collection are just waiting for different aspects to be done. Kind of got distracted by another project and then another project and another project since then. Yeah. I appreciate that. I mean, it's just a matter of spending the time to get the results you're looking for. And I'm consistently jumping between projects, so there's never any one thing going on, but it's just, you take your time, you work on it, you eventually get it done. After, being distracted by 18 other things, but eventually done. Sometimes the order of what I'm painting doesn't make sense either, like how I already have the purity seals on here, even though I haven't done half of the other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, again, I could go back and repaint the things that I have sitting around, but why? I have new things to paint. I can then go back and look at the things that I've done and go, that's where I was. This is where I am now. And yeah, I think it's important to have a standard that you go towards that gets things on the table. Like, yeah, I could change what I'm painting and just go for competitive display pieces. Ah. I don't want to spend 100 hours painting one model. 200 hours, whatever it takes. No, I mean, here's the thing. Like, this is not a bad paint scheme. It's not a bad paint job. Yes, I have a piece of silver right here for some reason. That is not where the eye should be, you know. But this is a perfectly acceptable model for a tabletop. Like, that's not bad. I'm a foot away from the camera and it zoomed at 150. That's not horrible. I could clean it up, I could do a better edge highlight, I could have a fade of greens instead of just solid. But it's perfectly acceptable. Every time I hold it up and that speckle is there, it bothers me, but other than that, I could go get a different example out of the case. Like, I still don't have a great understanding of faces. Like, that guy is just a quick wash. It's not even fully painted in. I'd have to go back and do that again. There's mistakes around the, you know, the metal is off on the body. I didn't go back and clean it up. Like, there's things. There's it looks like I touched the shoulder pad with a metallic unintentionally. Whatever. It's still a gaming piece, and it works perfectly fine on the table. Full-time... I mean... I get a lot of painting in already. I don't know how much more painting I would want to do in a week. Yeah, yeah. Cheese and chicken nuggets would be important. Yep. I got pizza the other night. I'm still trying to eat through the pizza. I haven't had chicken nuggies since the last time I said I had chicken nuggies. Anyway. Yeah, maybe models. I know it's rough when I'm like, yeah, I could just paint out of the bunker for the next 5 years without any issues. By monster? Yeah. Free tasty drinks and hats. Yeah. No, it just got quiet. Yep. There's a few spots in the playlist where it gets quieter. There's actually 12 more songs on it before it gets to the end. Oh, and this happens to be one of the ones that YouTube doesn't like. Yay. It yells at me sometimes. That. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Could I have done this in a different color? Yeah. Does it make sense that the magazine is also the same color as the exterior casing of the firearm? Sure. I mean, it's a nice color scheme. I'm glad that I decided on something that was more visually different than what all sorts, there's so many other Space Marines out there. Let's do something different, you know? That it for that color. Oh, I didn't do the... Hmm. Hey, I... there might be one out there, but if not, make one. One of the fun parts of the hobby is coming up with your own chapter, color scheme, and everything. Like, honestly, my Dark Angels, I just say are Dark Angels, but they do have blue casings instead of red. Just because I thought that when I started it with them, something different. Make it my own. I had forgotten to do the little part on top. Quiet Lurk? Okay. Yeah, I forgot to do the orange up here. I think I didn't forget to do the orange. I wasn't sure what color I was going to do. And then I went, you know what? We're doing orange. Yeah. Okay. My back's not really happy right now. I'll be fine. I only got another hour or so. What did I do for that one? Did I do that? Okay, that one is not that good. Okay. You're still here, but... Yeah, comfortable positioning is good. I've found that occasionally the bracing that I use on... like right now, I'm kind of leaning into it a little bit, and I'm, going like this. Usually I have my arm up, and that can sometimes get my hand tingling a little bit. And I have a stack of things over here to get myself a little bit of buffer onto the desk. But sometimes even that's not enough. So that's why I just changed to leaning into it a little bit more, which isn't great because my chair doesn't go all the way up to my desk. But it's better than having my hand start tingling. So, yeah. Actually, there we go. Raising the chair. It. Repositioning. Like, don't mind the fact that my chair is that far off of my back. Don't mind that. Oh, come on. Like, yes, paint this detail, but it's only seen at certain angles and don't have very good lines to it. Oh, that's great. Yeah. That doesn't always work, but alright. Some of these angles are just not fun. Like, I don't actually think there is a functional way to get into that spot. Oh well. This gets painted. Color? And this gets painted that color. That wasn't ideal. Uh-oh. What happened? Uh-oh. I, mm. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Didn't work? Oh yeah, there's the other part. I was like, what was I missing on here? This part. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. That does not sound fun. Yep, yep. That makes sense. Ah. I have a couple of other hobbies, but other than hiking and reading, um, it's mostly just models. Outside? Yes. Yeah. Touching up the paint job on your bedroom also. Yeah. But yeah, I like going hiking every now and then. Um, I want to incorporate painting outside more often. I don't get enough options, opportunities to do that. Like, that was part of the fun of the Obsidian Otters. I went hiking and painted this at a picnic table 2 miles away from any car access. There's a video, I don't know, a year ago, probably, of me painting it. But yeah, I actually did this and the freehand on the... I did that freehand while out on a camping trip. But yeah, this is the Obsidian Otters kill team I did. But yeah, I just grabbed a half a dozen paints and I made a wet palette and I brought it out and painted it while out hiking. Out on a hiking trip. So, just, you know, weird things. That was... I don't actually see the colors. What did I use? I did a video about it. No. The Obsidian Otters smashes the opponent's heads on their bellies. And they always run in pairs. So that one can sleep while the other one's in control. It's another streamer, well, it's another YouTuber slash streamer. He created that, and as a challenge to him, I painted up a kill team. So the lore is part of Hobby with Ollie. But I think I might have the most models of the the most models of that chapter. Yeah, and he's only done one Marine, so yeah. I have more Obsidian Otters than the original creator does. But it made sense to just paint them out next to the water. It was fun. I'm not gonna get the Obsidian Otters up to chapter strength. Having a kill team of them is enough. Which is funny since I don't even play kill team, but I have it. A painted kill team force for them. Legion strength. No. I would much rather get a larger Wa or the Hive Fleet grow or this even. I'd rather work on more Covenant of Fire. I like the look of the Obsidian Otters, but it's not the ones that I chose. It's just for the fun of having something from Ollie's streams. In, you know, a form that can actually be played. What I really should do is I should go through and decide which one is Badger and which one is Matt and which one's Andrew and which one's another Bert and which one's... I should probably do that. I should go through and just name them. Because we don't usually see more than 8, right? Multi-Bert? Yeah. Yeah, far superior. I don't know, that one might be a little weird. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I can tell it's been several hours. My stomach is going grumble grumble. Give me pizza. And it's like, yeah, you know, in a while. I got another 45 minutes. Good for a while still. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh, you know what? I could do this part blue as well, or Payne's gray. I know I say blue, it's a very dark color. That means I'm gonna have to go through and do the other two as well. Like the whole 2 extra minutes to paint this part, right? Still haven't decided what color I want to do the shield. Would yellow take away from the orange, you think? On the shield? You know, like if I just did... I might have to redo this, but, you know... You know, something like that. I'm gonna clean it up and do it right, but with actual stripes. But yeah, I was thinking like that with, you know, black. Yeah. I'm probably gonna paint the whole thing yellow and uh, do black stripes on it from there. I think that'll be the right choice. But this yellow is from yesterday. I'm trying to hydrate it just to get it down. I mean, I started painting orange on black earlier today. Like, what's the difference, really? I mean, whatever. Not sure if I'll do yellow on the inside or not, but yeah, something like that. Oh, yeah, wet pellets? Wet pellets are useful, and they're not hard to make. It's like, this is the top of, um... This is the top of a two-part sandwich container. And a sponge, and some, parchment paper. I'm thinking black on the back side of it. I think that would look better. I don't want it to be too bright. I want the orange to stand out. So I think a pop of color on the front is great. But I don't want to do too much to distract from the actual paint job of the minis. Like, I might even paint the inner shield in black. So it just has the yellow striping on the larger part of it. Thinking of that. I mean, at the same time, I'm using Payne's Gray and it's kind of a blue. So actual pure black is going to make that stand out a lot brighter than it actually is right now. Just for color values and everything. Which, I don't know if I'm actually going to enjoy that. I might have to do a dark gray instead of a black with the hazard stripes. But yeah, why not? Why not add even more color stuff going on? They're already bright. It's not like they're trying to hide. All of the Phobos salamanders are Legion of the Damned color scheme instead. Okay. Yeah, Armageddon. Um, the one from the Kill Team box doesn't have the shield on it. I don't know. They just went, hey, let's add shields. Okay. It also doesn't have the... Like, they added the thing on the top, too. Yeah, I don't even know. Here. Let's find out. Is it on this one? I don't even see the shield on there. I don't see the shield on that one. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second. Painting yellow. Why? I, I mean, I suppose they made it easier to see? I I'm okay with the shields. They're okay. And yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, let's make something that's more. It doesn't need to just be the same color as everything else. Uh-huh. I can tell I had a cat on my desk earlier. Yeah, every time I go down. There must be some hair right in that area. Anyway, um I understand that they're trying to make things easier for people to paint later on, but this is such a detail that's right there, and if you're going to mount the things right in the front of a model, let's make it actually look good. I'm actually going to do a second coat of the yellow. Yeah, exactly. They're going to be shooting back. That's you know, what, like a sixth of the Space Marine is covered by that? That's not that's not a tiny bit. That's actually a decent shield. Maybe they should be offset to cover the Marine better, but still. I don't know. Dazzle camo? Hey, Solvix, welcome back. Dazzle camo battle wagon? That would be fun. Oh, I don't need to look at the wiki page for that. I know what it looks like. That's fair. Um, Tomorrow's gonna be a earlier stream, so I'm gonna start at noon my time and go for 5 hours or so. So it's gonna be right in the middle of the night for you, I know. But tomorrow evening is not as open, so gotta do an earlier stream. Alright. Yeah, that yellow definitely stands out. I'm gonna do stripes, but I figured basing yellow first would be good. Let's see, what else? What else can I do? About 30 minutes. Oh. Yeah. I can add the under armor stuff for these guys. And the belt. Don't know why they don't have any actual shoulder pads. Like, they do, but they don't have any trim or anything. Okay, this time the music stopped. Yeah, they would just paint it purple. Or they would dazzle camo with very bright colors. Yeah, purple for one color, purple for the other. That's great. I'm pretty sure this part doesn't even show up, and I'm painting it anyway. Eradicator with Heavy Bolter, yes. I know. Because they thought it was important to have multiple guys called Eradicators, even though they just have heavy intercessors with heavy bolters already, and they could have called it something else. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I need to do the casing on the weapon, but I'm not going to do that now. Because I'm holding it by that part. So both of the sides are about 750 points. So it's a very good starting point, and until you get them on the table, you won't really know how you want to build out from there. So just getting a few games in with the models, you can kind of get a feel for what you want from there. I already have some models set aside for going up to 2,000 points for my Covenant of Fire. Like, Lieutenant only needs a few changes to be part of it. I'll need to paint the pouches and stuff the different leather since I just changed that. But I also have several other units set aside for the project. But I also have a lot of gaming experience and don't already have certain units painted up in other army colors, so not too hard. Most of them I already had sitting around. But no, so it's about 750 points per side. It gives you a good starting point. I'm going to oil wash at some point, and I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it because I haven't done it very much before. I don't want to overdo the oils. Yeah, a lot of armies do have a lot of repetition, and there are different reasons for that. Some armies don't have enough models to have anything other than repetition. And then there are some armies that have things that are just really, really good. And there are also certain models that just need to be there for battlefield rule. Eradicators or heavy intercessor? Both? If it was an or if you're saying, would I field either of them? Yes. I only got my first heavy intercessors 3 months ago, and I haven't actually finished painting them up. And then for eradicators, I've had quite a few of them, and they're being worked on. Funny, because this is actually going to be the first Gravis armor non-character that will get painted up in my collection. No, that's not true. I have something else painted that way already. I think so. I think I have a unit of aggressors painted up already. I'd have to check. Yeah. I mean, assault intercessors are kind of just assault intercessors. Ugh. All right. There's always something else to be painted. Just a matter of figuring out which one it's gonna be. Yeah, it's almost time. But I'm trying to keep the count here in whole numbers. And that means another 10 minutes. So the back actually feels fine at this point. It's like, oh yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. I didn't quite go with that Votan scheme, but, you know, when you think about how bright my Votan are, the fact that I have orange Space Marines doesn't actually shock me these days. I've been wanting to paint brighter models lately. I've noticed that. There's so much grim and dark and grimy, and like I am planning to do the oil wash, but that's why I'm like kind of hesitant. I don't know how dark I actually want to go with it. I have to be careful because I don't want to overdo it. I want them to still be vibrant when they're done. Kind of funny that I'm trying to paint so much bright stuff these days, but I'm good with it. Yeah, they'll actually be you know, you'll be able to see what they're doing on the table. And I mean, I've actually had some of my models before get left as I'm packing up, and I'm like, oh wait, hold on, I'm missing something. Because how dark they are. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Got this. What's gonna be fun is when I go to this and all of these panels are going to get the Payne's Gray. I just need to make sure the orange is all good first. Let's see. How much more do I have? A little bit more. I do not have any games lined up yet. I figured the earliest I would have a chance to game would probably be the 11th. So, with it being several weeks away, I wasn't really planning out any games yet. But it would be fun to play my first game of 11th on the 11th. Yep. It won't be a very long game because I still have to make it back and play or paint more, you know? But I'm not going to be done with Armageddon before the 11th. Not that much. I'm doing a good job, but the daily streams are going to get a little bit shorter after this weekend. Yeah. Some responsibilities you can push off for a week or so, but you can't do it forever, you know? So most of it's going to be evening streams again, like I usually do. Might sneak another day stream here and there, if I can. But I am going to stream daily until it's done. They might just not be as long of streams. I'm just trying to clean this up real quick before I call. I got this one and the other one, and still a little bit of Payne's Gray, and I might as well do this while I have it. Okay, that's one of them. Yeah, it's nice to have slightly flexible hours, you know? But can't just shirk all duties all the time. Yeah. Okay. More minis, more fun! Yeah. Alright. I've definitely used up this parchment paper. We get to do a new new sheet tomorrow. Yay! I only have a few paints on the desk. Alright. So, we got a good start on the speeder today. And we got these guys closer together. It's a start. We're getting there. Feeling good. Thanks. Yeah. You have a good one too, Twitchster. I'm gonna go find someone to raid out on the Twitch side. And let's see. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna go over here. Yeah. Thanks, Volvix. I'll see everyone tomorrow. It'll be 14 hours from now. So, yeah. Let's see. That's not minis. Let's see who's in the same category. Takes a bit finding someone sometimes. So here. Never been here, so. Anyway, yeah. Until the next time, hope you find your bit of bliss. Good night, all.
Or unoccupied.